public hearings, and so we're going to start with the first one for Exploration Elementary Charter School for Science and Technology, October 12, 2021. The time is 5:03 p.m. for the hearing to start. The Education Law Subdivision 28571 and regulations of the Commission of Education 8 NYCRR Section 11 9.4 required the board to conduct the public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding a renewal with revision to the Explorations Elementary Charter School for Science and Technology within the City of Rochester. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to New York State of Education Department regarding the application. The Explorations Elementary Charter School for Science and Technology current charter term is August 21st, 2017 through June 20th, 2022. Explorations Elementary Charter School for Science and Technology proposes a new charter term to begin July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2027. And to amend the charter school's organizational chart to reflect significant changes. This revision is proposed to commence in the 22-23 school year. At this time, there are no speakers, and with that, I am going to close this public hearing, and the time is now 5:05 p.m. Okay, at this time, at 5:05, for purposes, we are going to call the timeout, 5:05 p.m. We are going to start the Innova Girls Academy Charter School public hearing on October 12, 2021. The Education Law Subdivision 28571 and the regulations of the Commissioner of Education 8 NYCRR subsection 1119.4 require the Board of Education to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding the Innova Girls Academy Charter School within the City of Rochester. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding the application. Innova Girls Academy Charter School's mission is an inclusive school community focused on STEAM and empower girls in grades K through 6 to excel as innovative leaders and confident problem solvers. Innova Girls Academy Charter School proposes a 5-year term to serve 312 students in grades K through 6. Board Clerk, it's my understanding that we do have a speaker.
We do have a speaker. We have Ms. Linda Swanson, who is a community member who will be speaking on Innova Girls Academy Charter School. Is Ms. Swanson with us on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here on Zoom.
Okay. 1 second. It doesn't appear that we have her on the screen here. Give us 2 seconds.
No problem.
Okay. You have 3 minutes to speak whenever you're ready, Ms. Swanson.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Swanson, and I'm here to speak in support of Innova Girls Academy. As the lead founder and proposed head of school for Innova, I've worked with our board of 10 Rochester leaders over the past 2 years to develop the proposal for Innova. In these 2 years, we've had thousands of conversations with Rochester leaders and, importantly, Rochester parents to identify the key strengths and areas of need in the Rochester education landscape. Through these conversations, we've developed the vision for Innova Girls Academy. We're proposing Innova as an all-girls elementary school that focuses on STEAM and leadership. We're partnering with the Girl Scouts of Western New York, and we will be the state's first Girl Scouts Academy if we are authorized to open. Currently in Rochester, there are approximately 1,300 seats in all boys public schools available, while there are only approximately 350 available in all girls public schools. By proposing Inova Girls Academy, we look to close this gap in opportunity. Additionally, Inova will be the only all-girls elementary school, public, private, or charter, that exists in Rochester. We seek to expand the educational options that are available for families in the city in order to strengthen the educational landscape as a whole. We also seek to partner with the district when possible to increase opportunities for all Rochester students to have access to STEAM programming and Girl Scouting. We plan on making all of our training and curriculum available publicly so that any school could borrow from our STEAM best practices in order to increase access in their own schools to things like coding, robotics, and problem solving. We also plan on standing as a Girl Scouts hub in Rochester so that any troop could meet in our space, and so that the Girl Scouts can increase their offering of programming at a location that's accessible to families in the city. We've received encouragement and support from many Rochester parents and community members. We've collected more than 1,000 signatures of residents, and we seek to continue to listen and learn from our community to ensure that our school authentically reflects the community as a whole. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this information.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. That's the end of our speakers for the Inova Charter School.
Thank you. And that concludes the Inova Girls Academy Charter School public hearing, and the time is now 5:10 p.m.
Okay.
Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School public hearing, October 12, 2021. The Education Law Subdivision 2857-1 and the regulations of the Commissioner of Education 8 NRCRR subsection 119-.4 requires the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding the Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School within the city of Rochester. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding the application. Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School's mission, through vigorous academics, a values-based community, and individualized supports, Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School equips all kindergarten through fourth grade scholars with the skills, habits, and mindsets necessary for school, career, and life success. Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School proposes a 5-year term to serve 375 students in grades K through 4. Board Clerk, it's my understanding that we have speakers for this public hearing.
We had one speaker, Ms. Jacqueline Madigan. At this time, is Ms. Madigan?
No, this is, I called a different one.
Oh.
Ms. Jacqueline's not here. Yeah, Brittany Rump's here. She's on
Okay.
screen. Welcome,
yes, we do
Brittany.
have Ms. Brittany Rump, a community member, who will be addressing the board. Ms. Rump, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner LeBron and all Rochester City School District board members in your respective places. My name is Brittany Rumpf, and I am the lead founder and proposed head of school of Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School. As a native Rochesterian, a current city resident, a proud School of the Arts graduate, an 11-year educator, a first-generation college student, and the mother of a precious 5th grader who also resides in the city, I realize the importance of having access to high-quality school options. I'm joined by an incredible group of servant leaders with the skill, will, expertise, and dedication to provide proper oversight and governance over our school. These board members include Laura Smith of Unbound Ed, Dr. Ashley Cross of G2, Aqua Porter of RMAPI, Robert Hoggard of RIT, Bonnie O'Keefe of Bellwether Education Partners, Jeff Smink of Cobbs Hills Consulting, Vern Connors of the Center of Youth, Rashandra Martin of the New York Unified Court System, Kelly Reagan of Academy of Health Sciences, and Lauren Montrello of the YMCA, of the Greater Rochester YMCA. We believe that everything a child needs to succeed is innately inside of them. And when properly supported, all children can and will excel. Our school was developed in partnership with the community to provide our children with those necessary individualized supports to aid them in building a strong foundation in both literacy and math and supporting social emotional development through the arts. We recognize that social emotional development is just as important, if not more important, especially these days, as academic achievement. We also believe it's the entire community's responsibility to wrap our arms around our children and families to ensure that they are uplifted, educated, and empowered. If authorized, we look forward to partnering with you all and to join the Rochester education community in supporting and uplifting and empowering our community's children and families. Once again, I am Brittany Rumpf, the lead founder of Rochester Excellence Academy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Rump. We appreciate your comments this evening. We have one more speaker, Robert Hoggard, a community member. Mr. Hoggard, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for having us today. I am a proposed board member at Rochester Excellence Academy. And if we're so fortunate to operate this school, we look forward to partnering with you all. And we know that we cannot do this effort of educating children without you. And we want to work with you all to make sure that we provide an awesome education for our children and families. We, honestly, 3 minutes is not a long enough time to surmise everything we've done in the past 2 years to really listen to the community and listen to many people who know this community so well and know the education in this community. My most favorite parts of the school are really the values-based education and social-emotional support we want to offer. Through our values-based character education, robust arts program, expansive community partners, and relentless focus on individualized support, we propose to ensure that students develop positive and productive mindsets as we prepare them to meet rigorous academic and social demands of middle school, high school, college, career, and life. We set ambitious goals and are committed to providing multiple tiered support to aid our students in achieving. Again, we're here and hoping that this starts a first moment of partnership and that we can work together to make this community a better place for our children and families. Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you, Mr. Hoggard. We appreciate your comments this evening. That concludes the speakers list for the Rochester Excellence Academy.
Thank you, and that concludes the public hearing for the Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School, and the time is now 5:17 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, the time is now 5:17 p.m. and we're going to finish with the charter school public hearing for the Rochester Academy Charter School. Today's date, again, October 12, 2021. The Education Law Subdivision 2857-1 and the regulations of the Commissioner of Education, ANY CRR subsection 1119.4 require the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding a renewal with revisions to the Rochester Academy Charter School within the City of Rochester. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding the application. A revision requested by the Rochester Academy Charter School include an increase the charter school's current grade span to add grade 5th to the school's currently approved K through grade 4 and grades 6 through 12 configuration, to increase enrollment from 750 to 816 to commence in the 2022-2023 school year and be fully implemented by the 22-23 school year. Amend the charter school's mission from the mission of the Rochester Academy Charter School, RACS, is to provide students with rigorous, challenging academics through hands-on, meaningful learning opportunities that will provide them with the skills necessary to be successful academically, socially, and emotionally. 2, the mission of the Rochester Academy Charter School, RACS, is to prepare the whole child for a rapidly changing world by cultivating the knowledge, critical thinking skills, and personal character to succeed in college or a career of choice. RACS is committed to creating an environment of respect and inclusion that both acknowledges and supports the diversity of the RACS school community. This revision is proposed to commence in the 2022-2023 school year. Add the school's vision as we are committed to relentless intervention, doing whatever it takes to see every student graduate from RACS and move on to college or career intellectually prepared and emotionally secured for the challenges ahead. This revision is proposed to commence in the 2022-2023 school year. Remove the following key design elements from the school's charter, provide a strong focus on mathematics and science, and use national competitions and science fairs to motivate students. 2, provide a focus on mathematics and science to encourage students to pursue college and/or careers in the STEM field. And remove the following key design element from the school's charter, provide broad tutoring services that will help students address learning needs and/or issues with specific content to assess the needs of students and use research-based methods to intervene relentlessly to promote student success. This revision is proposed to commence in the 2022-2023 school year and amend the school's charter's organizational chart to reflect significant changes. This revision is proposed to commence in the 2022-2023 school year. Madam Clerk, it's my understanding that we do have a speaker in person.
Yes, we have Miss Jacqueline Madigan. Is Miss Madigan available? Okay, she's just walking up to the podium now. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ms.
My name
Madigan.
is Jacqueline Madigan. My son is a graduate of Rochester Academy Charter School in the year 2017. To this date, I feel that my son has received excellent service and education. He has grown from it. I have watched my son become a working young man in the community based on his education. I'm very proud to say that my son was a graduate in the 2017 school year with a 97% graduation rate, which is one of the highest that there was. I recommend that RACS continues to add levels of education so that every child can have an education from Rochester Academy Charter School, starting from the age of kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. I know that my son would have benefited from the assistance from kindergarten on, and I would hope that every child that is applying and would be a good fit for Rochester Academy Charter School would receive the best education that they could. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madigan, and that does conclude the end of our speakers for the public school hearings.
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline, and good luck to your son and his future endeavors. And that concludes the Rochester Academy Charter School hearing. The time is now 5:23 p.m. And with that, all public charter school hearings are completed at this time. We have 7 minutes before we officially start the board education, student equity achievements committee. So I'm going to end with that.
Good evening. This is the Rochester Board of Education's Equity and Student Achievement Committee of the Whole meeting. It is October 12th, and we will start the meeting. We'll call it to order, and we will start the meeting with the public speakers portion of our meeting. And so I'm going to call, I believe it's Valerie Johnson, who's here to speak.
That is correct. We have a Miss Valerie Johnson who's joining us in person. She's just coming up to the podium now.
Okay. Good evening.
Ms. Johnson, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
As a reform strategy, equitable experiences across the district, independent of where they live or go to school, are premised on the idea that all students in the Rochester City School District should have access to quality educational experiences, and the education of students does not have to be delivered exclusively by teachers or confined to traditional classrooms. Learning can occur at different times and in different places. 54 Oakman Street at the school reported as customer trouble. Staff reporting several altercations going on at the school. Staff is with about 5 people that are involved. Staff yelling out window, they need more RPD cars. New call says there are even more students becoming involved and possibly turning into a riot. RPD on the scene inside the school reporting that staff says it was parents and students that want to fight or are fighting each other, all attempting to leave school to fight outside. Now on the second floor, no active fight at this time. All parties involved now separated, school trying to figure out what they are going to do to resolve this. RPD requesting PIC, person in crisis, EMS to stage near school for possible MHA, parent and ambulance filling in covering for AMR, who has no available ambulance for this. North Star, a small program for students with significant social emotional needs, has been operating without a permanent lead administrator to start the year and is understaffed in other areas as well. North Star has been chronically neglected over the years with the revolving door of administrators and locations. 78 students are enrolled with average attendance closer to 30. Districts this term saying she'd witnessed multiple crises in a short period of time with staffing levels far below what was needed. Someone is going to get seriously hurt in this building or even worse, killed, Malloy wrote. We either need to shut this program down immediately and redeploy students to other high schools where they can be serviced with more staff members, or we need to fully staff the program at North Star immediately. In fact, someone did get hurt. A school security officer allegedly used unnecessary force against the students. Ramos Lopez confirmed it has been suspended while the district investigates. The situation is serious enough that the district this week deployed both Deputy Superintendent Melody Martez Davis and Acting Chief of Special Education Desiree Richmond to the building as temporary administrators until a more permanent solution can be found, Ramos Lopez said. Family and community engagement, and this is from the DSIP plan that you all signed off on. Ensure that every school has an active parent-teacher organization. Each school provides at least 2 opportunities for families to gather and celebrate the cultures and diversity of the school community. Increase active membership in PTOs, number of families and caregivers engaged with culture opportunities. Asset mapping, utilizing community engagement teams and the Office of Community Schools to analyze the asset of the zip codes with the highest levels of chronic absenteeism. Building relationships with community-based organizations to support the specific needs of schools within the community. Decrease in chronic absenteeism. The scenario I just gave you is probably one of the most egregious that I've heard this school year, which just started. There are issues at
Ms. Johnson?
all of our schools. However, the issue with this one is that a student got beat up by an adult and came back to his educational environment, school, the next day, allegedly, as if this is what school does for me. I go to school, I get beat up, I come back to school bruised up and everything. That's a problem. The problem that I have as it relates to your agenda tonight is that we have an Office of Parent Engagement, and at no time since the beginning of the school year when all these things happen has anyone gone over to that school and called a parent/community meeting to make sure or to assure the parents and that community over there that this has been addressed, acknowledged, and is being resolved. It is not up to the parents to come to you when this has been going on since 2017. It is up to you to go over to that school and call those parents together and that community together and say, we know this happened, this is egregious, and we're going to address it. Even when you sent a new interim administrator over there, that was a second opportunity, if you hadn't thought of it before, to do that, and no one has done that. I would ask that the board president and the board vice president take it upon themselves, since the superintendent and her staff did not do that, for you all as community people to go over there and do that for those parents.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for us to go into executive session to discuss a matter leading to the appointment of a specific individual?
Motion.
And to discuss matters of concern with the general counsel.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The board will recess and go into executive session, and we will come out and continue the meeting of the ESA committee. Thank you. We'll welcome back our audience to the Equity and Student Achievement Committee. And the next item on the agenda is the approval of resolutions. These resolutions that we're looking at are a consent agenda items, meaning that we're going to vote on these agenda items all at the same time. So can I have a motion for resolution, looks like 188, 189, 191, 192,
So moved.
193.
So moved. Second.
And 190.
190, okay.
So
Looks like
moved.
I'm, yes, 190. Okay, all in favor?
Wait, need a second.
Second. Ricardo did. Second.
Second? Second by Commissioner Adams. And are there any questions about any of these resolutions? 188, 189, 190, sure, 191, 192, 193. Yes, it is. Commissioner LeBron? No questions? Okay. Any questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The next item of agenda is resolutions, and I'm having problems with my computer, so I'm reading them, doing it the old school way, reading it off of paper. So the next item of agenda is resolutions that are non-consent individual action items. I'm going to ask for a motion for resolution 194.
I'll move.
Second? Any questions of resolution 194? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 195?
So moved. One quick second, we didn't have the online vote.
Say that again?
We're just waiting on the.
Okay, so you know that I can't do it, right?
No worries, I'm voting
Okay.
for you when you say aye.
I'm moving too fast.
You are all set?
All right, thank you, Talia. Motion for resolution 195.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Some of the
Commissioner
na-
Powell?
Some of the names that were discussed in executive session are not on these resolutions. Are they going to be on an upcoming resolution?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh.
It's the interim appointments, acting, so it's resolution 196.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
196.
It's the next one,
Okay.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, I didn't recognize the names on here, so.
Any other questions on resolution 195? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion for resolution
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Commissioner, I'm a nay, so I'm just going to put no on here.
okay. And I'll wait a minute until the board clerk tell me.
You're all set? That's 6 yeses and 1 no.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 196?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion on resolution 196?
Yes.
Commissioner LeBron?
Can we separate the names on here, or would I have to vote yea or nay on the whole resolution?
You'd have to just dictate how you'd like to.
Okay, so I'm going to be a yay for school number 17's appointment and school number 16, and a nay on school number 12.
Okay, so we need to break up those resolutions, right? And so one. All
So
right.
can I,
Make the
so I want to make a motion to separate 196 to 196A being the school number 16th appointment and school number 17th appointment, and 196B being the school number 12 appointment.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will go back to, let me get a motion for resolution 196A.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And can I get a motion for resolution 196B?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Nay.
We have one nay there, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I'm taking these ones manually as we didn't have them
Okay.
open up. So I just need one quick second. Can you repeat B, the who seconded? On 196.
Oh, I second
Yeah,
B.
Okay.
Yeah.
All set?
All set.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion on Resolution 197?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion on Resolution 197? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Waiting on the vote.
Okay.
You're all set?
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion for Resolution 198?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any questions on Resolution 198?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Commissioner Malloy?
For some of the positions, I'm just wondering if they're reflective of the new contract? And if not, is there a new contract in the works for our RAP employees?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, the rates are consistent with the contract for Bente. With RAP, we are still in negotiations with the RAP.
And so if agreements are made, then it would be retroactive to raise those pay rates?
Yes, assuming that the rates in the contract were settled July 1st would be the start of the new contract.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions on Resolution 198? President White?
Not a question, but a very brief comment. I want to thank the administration and the leadership team that made an effort to find these particular employees. These are shortages that we have as a district, and I know the administration is focusing on trying to fill those gaps. And to these people who've stepped up to the plate to serve the community, on behalf of the board and their community that they're going to serve, we say thank you.
I second that sentiment.
Thank you, President White and Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of Resolution 198?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that carries 7-0. And resolution, can I get a motion for resolution, did we just do this one, 199? This is separate. Motion for resolution 199.
So
So
moved.
Second?
Second.
Any questions on resolution 199? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Vice President Elliott,
Madam Superintendent?
if you would just oblige me, I just wanted to ask our two newly appointed principals if they would stand and if they would just say hello to everyone.
I think the new board member was trying to stand up too. I thought it was a board member, not a principal. You forgot what you was doing? What's up with that? He got jokes. Welcome, and we too want to congratulate you.
Hi. Maybe it's easier this way. Hi, I'm Jahida Wynn, and I will be going to school number 17. I am very thankful for this opportunity, and I'm excited to get started.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Katie Trepanier, and I am so excited to be going to School 12. It is a community that I am all in, and it's my heart. So I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome.
And I would just end by saying, make sure you all take care of my babies. We need you to love them and care for them.
Yes.
So thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you.
So please don't feel that you have to stay for the rest of the evening. You can if you'd like, but
You know, it
certainly you're
is
excused.
entertaining.
Have a good evening.
All
Take
right,
care.
Good night. All right, thank you. And so we'll go now to the next item on the agenda, and this is the review and acceptance of the minutes from the September 14th
So moved.
ESA COW meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any questions? Well, we don't do questions, do we? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. We were going to have a spotlight on Wilson commencement, but that's going to be done at our business meeting, I believe. Is that correct, Talia? All right. Thank you.
That is correct. Superintendent Myers-Small, we will be having the Yes We Can Award, celebrating Wilson at that point on October 28th, business meeting. And so we will circle back around on the spotlight on Wilson because due to reasons outside of our control, we weren't able to have them featured tonight.
Sure, thank you. If I could just say something about Wilson. I spent a little bit of time last week in the school, and I had two student tour guides. Both of them are in the International Baccalaureate program, take me through the school. There are a lot of good things going on, certainly at Wilson. Commencement, I think the highlight, however, there are two that I just want to remark on. One was going into an IB class where the students were creating websites, and it was really nice to see the creativity and the innovation, and that just they're learning the background behind it, but their creativity was really remarkable. And then the second highlight, and it was the way that I ended my visit, was participating in a restorative circle with students and one of the classroom teachers, and they actually are training to do this work so that they can lead restorative circles with their peers. So to see that, we hear about it, you might read about it in a Friday letter, but to see that up close and personal was really remarkable, and I was pleased to have that opportunity. So I'm sure when Principal Vanderwater comes at the end of the month, you'll hear really some of the amazing things that are going on in her school community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So the next item on the agenda is from our Chief Academic Officer, providing updates on curriculum, instruction, assessment, PD, review of summer school, preview of course selection, that whole process. Dr. Black?
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
I come to you with greetings from our team and around the work that we're getting ready to share for our October updates. All right, so again, anytime you see me, you'll see some of the same things, just so that we baseline our language and expectations across the board. First guiding principle, how we all drive our work in teaching and learning, is that every child deserves to engage with grade level content every day. Our students must engage with high quality, culturally responsive experiences where they are affirmed, seen, and valued. And that we have an obligation to provide an equitable experience to every student across the district that is not dependent on where they live or where they go to school. So academic overview, again, just so we get a baseline and how we'll see updates from myself and my team, we know that our academic program is grounded in curriculum, instruction, assessment, and driven by professional development. So as a reminder, our curriculum are all the things we bring to the table, our books, our pedagogy, our teaching, our experiences, how we ensure that students know and are able to do the things that we want for them. Our curricular highlights include, we now have a revised scope and sequence document for all K-6 and all content areas, which means that the units, the pacing calendars, what teachers should be teaching by day, by week, by month are now updated. Our content areas have updated Unit 1 and Unit 2 for instructional materials, which means that for the first about 9 weeks of school, everything is together and ready, and for our bilingual environment, it's translated. Our instructional framework website, so if you've been clicking around trying to find how we know what we're going to teach or where the materials are, you may have come upon an instructional framework website where all of our content directors have housed and placed updated curriculum materials. However, around a review of that, we found that over the years, all of the formats have been different, the information looks different, and so over the course of this school year, we're going to make sure that we have a uniform user experience. And so while you'll go there now and find all of the information, as you continue to go back and visit, you'll find that all of the information has the same fonts, the same colors, and is usable for teachers, especially on the elementary side where a teacher may have to interface with four or five content areas. You don't want them to have to reboot themselves every time they go to a new tab. So we are working on really updating that. And then we are launching our textbook adoption process for K-6 social studies and K-6 science for this school year. And so that is getting ready to start, where we're going to invite all of our constituents to help us identify, select, review, and eventually recommend for purchase our textbook options for K-6 social studies and K-6 science. Instruction, what actually happens in classrooms. So we are working to look at, review, and improve what actually happens in classrooms after we have the right scope and sequence, the right pacing, and the right stuff. So our instructional highlights are as follows. So classroom instruction is robust across the district. I feel really good in saying that. We have spent a lot of time in classrooms, seeing what's going on, both at the content director level, the principal level, the chief level. We are really in buildings looking at what's happening in classrooms. And I am actually very pleased at the progress that we are making and the potential that we have. Our building administrators and chiefs are conducting consistent walkthroughs and are providing targeted feedback to teachers. A highlight here, buildings are working on both their building-based walkthrough tool. What that means is that based on the SEP or the commitments of the buildings, school leaders have created a walkthrough tool or a document that allows them to visit multiple classrooms and collect data around how we're moving progress. And additionally, as we think about a district-facing vision of instruction, we are also working to align our language collectively across buildings. And so we are working to implement walkthrough tools and protocols in which when principals or school leaders across different buildings come together, we can talk consistently using similar language about what we see in classrooms. Our district content directors now have responsibility and obligation to visit classrooms every week and bring back their observational data and feedback to our meetings, which will then inform how we provide supports across the district and provide professional development. And finally, schools are focused on monitoring Tier 1 instruction. When we say Tier 1 instruction, it's the access that every student has to the content that's happening in the classroom. So this is not your intervention groups, this is not your small groups, this is when I stand up or when a teacher stands up or when a facilitator stands up in front of kids, the whole group. That instruction is solid, on grade level, and right. That Tier 1 instruction is also aligned to the walkthrough tool and the SEP and continuation plans. SEPs being the plans that our TSI, CSI, and good standing schools write, and our continuations being the plans that our receivership schools write. Assessment. So assessment is a place where we determine what our kids know and are able to do after we have the right books at the right time, getting at the right level, looking at instruction, how it's being delivered, and then this goes to how we know if our kids learned what we decided to teach them. Our updates around assessment, our NWEA window, which is our consistent testing tool that we've been using for multiple years. The window opened on September 29th and closes on October 15th. The Brigance Early Childhood, so our assessment way to collect data on our littlest people, that window opens on October 4th, and that data is collected for the duration of the month of October. We have what you would hear as CFAs, or Common Formative Assessments. That window opens on October 18th. And then we are really digging into the data-wise process. And so our data teams are in various stages of articulation, adoption, and development. That is one of our main processes as a district that we are going to enhance and improve so that when we're talking about data from these various sources, in addition to what's happening in classrooms, again, we're speaking in aligned and consistent language. Professional development. So, PD is how we grow our entire staff. Pleased to say that you all have heard this from me a number of times, but as we are now building our professional development plan that will span the next 3 years, we are aiming to say that by 2024, so the end of school year 2024, all of the professional development in the district is run through and is organized by our Office of Professional Engagement. Right now, various departments articulate professional development on their own. We are looking to streamline that process so that we can award credit, we can monitor, and we can ensure that no matter what your role is across the district, you have access to some quality content that's aligned for everyone. A lot of resources, significant resources, have been earmarked and deployed for PD. We know that there are places where we have to grow our people as opposed to finding new people, and so we are putting a lot of effort into making sure that our teachers, our support staff, and everyone else feels like they are getting access to the information that will help drive them forward. In particular, we have a focus and a theory of action around our school leaders that says if we grow the capacity of our school leaders, our principals, then teachers get better, then kids get better. And so to that point, I want to thank my partners that's worked with school chiefs. We have really prioritized our instructional leadership for our school leaders. They now have a monthly touch point, full day PD, in which we focus deliberately on instruction and how to make that better. And that's a huge shift and lift around really prioritizing what happens in classrooms. And then excited to just share that we have multiple partnerships, both in the works and in progress, to help bridge the gap between what we can offer and what we know is quality out in the field. So there's lots of partnership happening with folks coming to help and support and provide professional development opportunities to our teachers and our leaders. Most recently, Teaching Lab had a long session with a collection of middle school leaders around math instruction and focused on what you should see in the classroom around the practices. So what that means, like when you should be using calculators, when you should be asking kids to talk to each other, when they should be asking to problem solve. So really building leaders' lens on when you walk into a classroom, are you seeing the right things happen at the right time, the right materials? From our previous engagement together, we asked for an update on our initiatives. So in September, I shared some of the initiatives, and so some updates here. Again, our district-wide implementation of NWEA assessments, that is our reading ELA/math, and some schools will be offering science. The adoption of a district-wide progress monitoring tool. I am pleased to announce that we are also adopting the use of iReady, which is a computer-based system that will provide diagnostics, what kids know right now, intervention, how do we close the gaps, and support for instruction. Also for college and career readiness, that was a place that is really near and dear to our school counselor's heart, and really talking about how we transition students to options after they leave us. We have a couple of things in the works that I will just say I think people will be excited for. But in the interim, there are multiple touch points that we are engaging with to ensure that our students have access to information around enrollment, what happens to go to college, enlistment, if you decide to go to the military, entrepreneurship, if you decide that you want to leave school and graduate and start a business, enrollment, enlistment, what's my last one? Oh, and employment, if you want to leave deliberately right after school and go into the job field. In our high school redesign initiatives, we are really launching into that work for the month of November, and that our high school teams will be asked to bring together their design teams to determine what, if anything, they want to shift in their buildings, from increased coursework, differentiated coursework, increased access to AP courses, differentiated pathways. So that all is happening, in addition to launching our freshman academy planning. And then we did recently submit for CTE program expansion. So if you know the CTE process, we have to plan about 2 years before something gets authorized. And we were able to submit 2 new program offerings for this year that will implement for a year. So we submitted in October, we implement 22-23, and then we hopefully submit for approval and accreditation 23-24. And so you'll continuously hear us as we fortify our CTE programming, coming to you with a timeline by which we decide, submit, implement, and then authorize. Our district-wide portfolio development, this will become more robust as the months go on. We are currently collecting data on the costs of all these things to ensure that if we start to build them and fortify them, we can support them long-term. However, our last piece around initiatives is our best practices through increased partnerships. And again, you heard me mention our time with Teaching Lab, our new time coming with Unbound Ed, teacher quality improvements with TNTP, and then professional development offerings in the area of science with Monroe Bosse's, and for our directors around change management, problem solutions, adaptive leadership from Canberra Education. So this is very small, but we were asked for a review of summer learning. So if I pause and just put here. So right here, what you'll see is what our numbers were for our summer programs. In various reports for you all, we've talked about summer programs from its inception to planning to where we landed. And so our overall costs for summer are found here. Our enrollment overall, so our proposed enrollment when we started building summer school by program was 3,676 students. Our first day enrollment was 3,142 students, and on the last day, our other data point, we had 2,671 students. Below, you will also see the attendance by cluster program. So you have your centralized programs, which is your centralized high school and elementary, your receivership programs, and remember, each receivership school ran their own tailored program. Our school-specific programs, so we had some program schools that also ran their own program, an extended school year, which is our program and services for our babies who have identified exceptional needs. The other piece I want to highlight for summer learning is some data around our high school and our grades 9 through 12 enrollment. So I'll take a moment for people to pay attention here. So our grade 9 through 12 enrollment was 2,071 students. Of that 2,071 students, 256 of them were part of our 2017 cohort. Of that 256 students, 106 of them became August graduates. In the 2020 cohort enrollment in summer school, there were 535 students. And then of those 535 students, 334 of them earned at least one credit over the course of the summer. Now let me just acknowledge this data is not what we would hope it to be, nor is our attendance or enrollment data what we hoped it to be. And so I'll acknowledge that on the front end. And then say in terms of planning, we have already had our first summer school planning meeting in partnership to reflect on our data and look at our additional partners and small programs that we have to bring forward for the summer upcoming. While I name this now is because one of the lessons learned, or several lessons learned, but one of the highlights that we learned pretty deliberately is that our smaller tailored programs had better results. When I say better results in terms of enrollment and access. We will have achievement data around kids who went to summer after the close of the NWEA, which is at the end of October, or October 15th. But we are really planning to think about how we offer more tailored, nuanced, shorter bursts of summer programs in addition to our longer, more comprehensive programs. But this data shows us we should do something remarkably different for summer next year than we did this past year. So this past year was a learning experience, and we are excited to say that we are already in the planning stages for summer 22-23. All right. School innovation. So also very exciting things that we are talking about. We know that we have a gap in our secondary students' attendance and learning, and we're trying to think about what can we do for them that is slightly different. So we are exploring a twilight program, which is not regular school day 9 to 3, but something more nuanced in the evenings to allow varied opportunities for students to attend to coursework, both in person and potentially online. We are lifting up Good to Great. Good to Great is our partnership with TNTP, which partners us with General Motors to provide STEM professional development for our math and science teachers in our upper grades. Additional CBOs who submit and are ready to go with staffing and relevant vaccinations. But 28 programs are up and moving. And our Office of School Innovation is working hard to support with our accountability efforts, with monitoring visits, receivership supports, and our DSET and group work moving. So, preview. So we asked for a preview and a review. The preview of course selection is that our course selection guide for secondary students is due in the month of November. So that is going to be a place where in our November CAO updates, we're going to spend a lot of time clicking into the link, which you'll have ahead of time so that you can review and ask questions. But for the general public, the course selection guide in that process is the way by secondary schools look at what schools offer, the way in which courses come together, descriptions, course numbers. We are adding additional great formatting. We are also taking out outdated courses. If you recall back a while ago, I lifted up that in the course selection guide, there were languages we no longer offered and courses that were no longer viable. We've taken those out so that when students or families or counselors use the resource, it's accurate. We have updated some of our descriptions of courses. We've added our graduation pathways so that when students or families or counselors open up, they can tell in succession, if they're deliberately planning, the order by which courses can be explored and taken. And then our specialized programs, our CTE offerings, and some of our more nuanced programs in schools, we're adding those descriptions so that students, again, know what's available and can have informed options. The other thing I'll add here is that our course selection asking time, so the time where schools come and say, hey, I want to add this course to my course selection, also happens in November. And so we're literally going to come in November with an updated guide and potentially some additions that will come as high schools update their programs and say, hey, I want to be a social justice school, or hey, I want to focus on the arts. What does that mean for your arts offerings, and how do we add those, if need be, to the course selection guide? So that's your preview, knowing that in November, you'll get access to the guide. And then the other preview is that next month, you'll always have curriculum, instruction, assessment, and PD. We will be giving an update on the telomere project. We will be giving an update on our Student Voice Initiative, which I'm very excited to share about what we're finding out from students in their own voices and how that is informing our practice. And then because the NWEA window closes on October 15th, we anticipate having an overview of our BOY data, which will include NWEA and preliminary beginning CFA, Common Formative Assessment data. And so with that, I think that, dates to remember. Assessment windows are open, so that's all over the place, but I'm going to keep saying it so as people understand that we are gathering robust data for kids. Assessment windows are open. Our district-wide PSAT, SAT is this week. And quarter one receivership reports and our bilingual CAP report are due on October 29th. And I think with that, I can take a breath and say, any questions?
Okay. Okay. No, I know. I'm looking. I was going to thank our Dr. Black first. Yeah. So let me do my job, y'all. Yeah. So Dr. Black, we just want to thank you for that report. It's a lot of work that I know that you're doing, and I know our community is looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing this district in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of its course offering and academics to be quite different than what we're seeing today. So I just wanted to thank you for that. So now I'll open it up for questions, and let me start down to Commissioner Powell. Do you have any questions, Commissioner Powell?
Second slide, please. I'm not going to go through every one.
Where are we going? This one?
No.
I'm sorry, this one
That's the one, yes.
This is the one. Let me put them
So
all
the
up
reason
for
I
you.
wanted to see this one up here is in my role as, trying to update the policy manual. Policy 0000 and policy 200 both tie back to our old strategic plan. The first one is our educational philosophy. Currently, I'm looking to rewrite it just to list our mission and vision, but I realized that perhaps guiding principles might belong there as well, and I want to put that question out into the universe so that I can get feedback from yourself and from the superintendent as to whether, because this language doesn't exist in our existing strategic plan, doesn't exist anywhere else as far as I know, but there's really solid language, and I've heard it articulated in different settings, including board retreats. So the question is, do we want to preserve it for posterity, or are we only going to see it when you present to us, Dr. Black? Tied into the same slide, I noticed that our strategic plan also includes, in addition to your guiding principles, it also includes something called core beliefs. Is that something we want in our policy 0000? our educational philosophy document. And I don't need an answer tonight, but I would love to have an answer so that I can bring a more robust policy update. Okay? That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Dr. Black, thank you so much for your presentation. I just have two, I'm going to take this off while I talk. I just have two questions tonight. So the first is from slide 5. And on slide 5, the second bullet, all content areas have updated Unit 1 and Unit 2 instructional materials to drive high-quality instructional expectations. I guess my question is, what are these reflective of? Like, where is that from the manufacturer of this curriculum, or is this something that the district came up with? So we're modeling the sample lessons for each unit?
So it's a combination of other things. So thank you for your previous approvals of resolutions to write curriculum and all the things that I know that was a question. They did yield curriculum documents that we were able to reference. So it's a combination depending on content area, quite frankly. And some are further along than others, pending some of our materials. So our Unit 1 and Unit 2s across all content areas are reflective of the combination of, for lack of a better word, manufactured materials, right, from other districts, best practices, and what we know and are able to do aligned to the standards. And so your curricular materials and your units are most often aligned to the content standards that students should know and be able to do by grade level. And all of our curricular materials are that at this time.
And as part of that, the culturally responsive framework, is that embedded in the Unit 1 and Unit 2 materials?
So I think in various ways, right, if I'm completely transparent. We have, with the addition of our person on our team who is in charge of diversity, equity, inclusion, and curriculum audit, as we continue to review materials, that's the work that she is doing with our content area directors to either update and or eliminate things. She came in on some of the back end of the curricular work, so that's ongoing. I do believe that our responses to our ELA are much more responsive in terms of differentiating our text that kids are using. I do believe that the pedagogy, so what teachers are able to do with math instruction, is inviting more students in to engage. But I think that's an ongoing process around the materials and the things we put in front of kids and teachers and hold them accountable to using and doing every day.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then my second question is just regarding summer school. Looking at the chart, I saw there were significant cost savings. Can you explain maybe why were the costs lower than the projected budget? Well, I mean, that's a good thing to save money, right? But wondering where those cost savings came from.
So a lot of it is around staffing and just anticipated costs around transportation. So it's kind of the little savings here and there and everywhere. I can work with our team to get a more deliberate cost breakdown, but mostly in staffing and transportation is where we found a lot of our savings, not necessarily ones that we love. So I'm going to just name that too, that I would much rather have been closer to the number to have more kids in the buildings doing stuff.
Was this due to the projected or the lack of students, or was this more because of staffing shortages?
So staffing shortages was not a thing for summer school. I think some of the attendance, some of the health and safety concerns that showed back up for summer. Summer was the first time that a lot of our kids got to be out of a brick and mortar space in the air. And so I think all of those factors led to where we were in enrollment. And I think also, like, we have to be better about what we offer to kids. And so as we diversify our programs, hopefully we draw more in. To come and enjoy and learn in a healthy, safe, and robust environment.
Thank you, Dr. Black.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Adams, do you have any questions?
Yeah, instructional highlights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned here where it says building administrators and chiefs are conducting consistent walkthroughs. Then you got district content directors also doing walkthroughs. It's a lot of walkthroughing going on, which sounds good. If that's really happening with all of the other things that are going on in those buildings, right? And that really sounds good. I'm just saying, I just hope that is actually happening in these buildings, you know, and we're gonna have to monitor that. All right, that's all I got.
So I can comment. And so by design, our chiefs ask our school leaders to do between 10 and 12 school walkthroughs on their own walkthrough document, and they are monitoring. And for the 3 weeks between Leadership Academy and this week, we collected 550 instances of walkthroughs in which principals were looking at what we would say culture of learning. So transitions, is the class moving at a quick pace? What do you notice against a kind of a common set of indicators? And so it's happening. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and not sound tone deaf if I didn't know and say there are a lot of things that our principals are dealing with on the day-to-day around staffing, and they are still managing to get into classrooms and want to have the conversations about instruction. So I am more than happy to share our trackers and share our data with us and share some of the anecdotal data around how principals and chiefs and our content directors are talking about what's happening in classrooms very, very different than they were about a year ago. So hats off to principals, I'm going to say it, who are in the buildings doing the work and doing the walkthroughs. They are getting into classrooms. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. President White?
Yes, thank you, Vice President Elliott. I want to say I think this is a wonderful document. I've not seen anything like this, this comprehensive. So I know you put a lot of work into this. The devil's in the details, as you know. I think as Commissioner Adams suggested, we have to make sure that this all happens. But I'm very confident that it will. There is already the infrastructure in place that predates y'all coming here. I mean, we got some great chiefs back there. I've seen these folks in the back of classrooms as I've done school visits with their devices, monitoring and managing the progress. So there is even the system of chiefs allows the superintendent to be everywhere and still not be in all the buildings at the same time. So I think the infrastructure is in place for this plan that you have to be carried out. But again, I wanted to thank you. I think this is very positive, very comprehensive. And I think this is the kind of plan, if executed, that is, if we are monitoring and managing the elements of this plan, you will then see improvements in ELA and math scores. We never had the infrastructure to manage and monitor whether, and sometimes we didn't even have the curriculum in place, the consistent curriculum in place. So I really see this as a very positive step forward. But again, the devil is really in the execution of it. But again, let me say I'm very confident as I look back to the back of the room. We have a system of chiefs that can really help the superintendent understand what is happening. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is, I offer this to Madam Vice President and the Chair of ESA. I really think going back to the days of Malik Evans when he was Chair of ESA, and I think I followed him as Chair of ESA, I respectfully believe that we have to have regular updates, and this might be in the receivership quarterly updates, regular updates where we're monitoring ourselves the progress that our students are making as they make their journey to graduation rate. I think ESA is the place where we comprehensively look at all of our schools and see what the chiefs are seeing in terms of these young people getting to the finish line. So I would submit that there should be quarterly or some consistent reports based on when these examinations are taking place, when students are accumulating credits, where ESA is observing comprehensively as a district whether what we're doing is working. So thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner LeBron?
Thank you. I have several questions. All right, where do I want to start here? So I do want to start with the NWEA conversations that you mentioned about a district-wide approach to that. I think that was slide number 12, the district-wide implementation of NWEA assessment and adoption of a district-wide progress monitoring tool. You can actually give me more details around those two and what that means. And the reason I say that, just want to say that I did get to, I've only actually ever had one principal show me how they use NWEA Next Gen reports and the data for their school to make data-informed decisions, but also to identify students that have, to track their growth or have some issue areas that they need to address and provide additional support. Only one principal and since I've been on the board in 2018. That is David Lincoln. I want to give him a shout out at school number 7 for going through that with me and really just being really deep in that data, but also showing me that there's a system that exists that we underutilize in this district that can pull up this data for students. So can you walk me through those two pieces real quick?
Sure. So district-wide NWEA. So historically, the district has used NWEA in a variety of ways. Last year was the first year where we actually expected and highly encouraged and got to a recommendation and a requirement that all of our schools who were eligible to use NWEA actually administered. But we know it was a COVID year, and so our administration data was wide and varied. This year, as we sunset NWEA as our final data source, all of the schools are required to use it for both ELA and math. And even though we may sunset NWEA, our Office of School Innovation is working on the data protocol that we'll use with DataWise to unpack what we know about NWEA data current, so what students did this year, and some of our historical trends to then inform what we do moving forward. So yes, I will agree that there's a variety of uses that happened across the district prior, but this year we'll all be using very similar data protocols being delivered by the Office of School Innovation through the DataWise process. So that's the first piece. So the second piece around the district-wide progress monitoring tool. So in previous times where you all asked about data and we kind of said, well, we have a variety of sources and here's what it tells us, this adoption of our district-wide progress monitoring tool in diagnostic is iReady. So essentially every student eligible will take a diagnostic, so on the computer, what does the student know, where are they? And then through a series of engagements, they're going to be able to have access to computer aided and adjusted information across the district. I will say that this is our phasing year, and so people have the strongly required option to utilize, but people are very excited about using iReady, less so about NWEA, and then next year we'll be in full-on adoption. The phase-in piece for the district-wide is that we want to make sure that people have some utility and comfort with the system. And so it actually doesn't even go live until December because we're doing 2.5 months of professional development before we ask teachers and or students to do anything with it. So you can anticipate as time goes on and we come back and give updates that you'll have some NWEA reports that we'll produce, right? So the BOY data will be your NWEA data. Beginning of year data that comes in November will be your NWEA data. And then we'll be rolling in NWEA data and iReady data to talk about how kids are progressing. Okay?
Did you just say 2 months though for a rollout?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So,
yes.
no, it's okay. I just want to say, I don't think 2 months is enough time, and I will say this as someone who has worked in very large systems that had major transitions into systems. My best and biggest example is when Rochester Regional Health and Unity had to merge. We call it the forced merger from the state. We operated out of 6 different medical systems, and we had to go into one. And the rollout for that system took us more than 2 years. And the district clearly is not the size of those 2 health systems merging. However, it's also not a small system on this side. So to say in 2 months, the expectation that we're going to offer PD, everyone's going to go through it, everyone's going to get it in the first 1 or 2 PD sessions, and then be able to accurately go into that system and navigate around it. I just want to put it on record that 2 months is certainly not enough time, and I would support 6 months to a year rollout with ongoing professional development and coaching for our staff to understand how to do the data entry, but also how to pull up the reports. It does us no good if they learn, I mean, some of the applications are really done in a very simplistic way of data entering, but if they can't pull up the reports for information that they're trying to see, then it virtually makes it useless. So I just want to put that out there. In regards to, I want to go into the summer school conversation again, the review the summer learning piece. I will not say that we saved money and that I actually wanted to talk about summer school because summer school has come up for us multiple times as not being budgeted appropriately. So I personally don't want to give kudos on the budget and that there were savings there. I haven't had a summer school budget where it was aligned with the actual cost since I've been a board member. So I do want to talk about the fact that the first day enrollment, we had 3142. The last day, we had 2671. Roughly an estimation of 1,000 students lost. And then I have to wonder what happened to the staff during that period. Were we still staffed for 3,600 students and we only had 2,700 students? And if so, what was the staff doing during that time period if those students were not there? I mean, it's approximately almost 1,000 students that weren't there. And then over the course of what period of time? My experience in this district is that the students don't come, the staff still come. We're still paying people. And to some degree, I get that. We've asked people to commit their summer to us, and then what though? We should be also figuring out what they're gonna be doing if it's not with students because their students are not there. So I wanna talk about that. The other piece, you mentioned transportation. I do wanna uplift that transportation was an issue over the summer as well. So this notion that transportation, we were gonna have issues for the fall, just came out of nowhere. It is my understanding that we were having transportation issues even in the summertime with a much smaller population. So just want to put that out there. Although students probably were anxious to be in a brick mortar setting, if there were some alternatives offered for those students, perhaps with the staff that did not have students in the classroom, to do some virtual learning or continued virtual learning for those 1,000 students. Any thoughts on that? A lot there.
Without sounding cliche, hindsight is 2020. Hence why our planning for some things are happening right now, namely our staffing. So our contracts and our MOUs with staffing did not allow us to right size in the way we would have wanted to. It was a flag lifted up by Dr. Jallo on some of our update meetings, and we did name for both her and for our planning team. If we think about what our staffing expectations, contracts, agreements look like moving forward, if we have to right size because of attendance or lack thereof. So that was a lesson learned for us. So in the final summer school report, that is a lesson learned lifted up in that report. In terms of transportation challenges in the summer and how that might have highlighted what was happening in the fall, I don't have ownership over that information, but it is a good reflection point that we can continue to build on in terms of our data and how we trend forward. So that is for our team. I think we are really pouring into what we've learned from previous things and helping that inform what our new things are. And there was something else. Nope, that's it.
Vice President Elliott just looked at me. I'm like, I got two more, I promise. I'm gonna keep the real short. So two more highlights.
Yes.
The Twilight programming that you mentioned for school innovation.
Yep.
So prioritizing enrollment for students who are over or under credit and accelerate paths to graduation, and then engaging, in different opportunities, and also in the evening. I just want to uplift All City High because I honestly think that we do not give All City High the kudos that it deserves, and the amount of work that the staff does there, meet students where they're at and support them in that process. And to me, that is one of our most innovative schools that is under supported in this district, in my opinion. And I do think that if we gave them additional resources, that they would rise even further to the task of being even more innovative with some of our students who sometimes struggle in the traditional, high school setting. And for me, I look at All City as even the school I went to an alternative high school when I was a youth, because obviously, personally, I was out of control. I was about to have a baby, and alternative school, high school is what worked for me. It allowed me to work and still go to school and do everything I needed to do. And those are the students that Armando and his staff are serving over there, but they're highly successful for that reason, because we live in a time where it's 2021, our kids have a lot of responsibilities and a lot of trauma and a lot of things that they have to maneuver around. And so I support the notion of twilight programming and evening, but I also don't want to do it at the expense that we're not uplifting and looking at the model that All City has and how we can expand and support them. And then finally, the after-school programming, where you mentioned we currently have 28 schools that are running after-school programming, or they have 21st Century Learning grants or community-based organization grants. I would like to know a little bit more about that, that certainly piqued my interest in understanding which schools those are and what type of programs that they're running, and whether we're providing their transportation, because as you know, last week, one of the proposals that came up was that we would stop transportation to after-school programs. And again, I have to ask, where would the kids go if they're going to after-school programs, clearly for support for themselves, but also for their families? So I would like to know which schools and what grants. And so that's kind of more on the board question log, because I don't expect you to answer 28 schools right now, which grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner, Lord have mercy. Clark.
Been there, done that.
Oh, my goodness.
And how long have we known
I
each other?
know, what an embarrassment. So you know it ain't personal.
I know.
Yeah. Commissioner Clark?
Dr. Black, I want to thank you also for this presentation. It did bring out a lot of good highlights and direction we're going. Most of the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, but I did want to highlight a couple of things. Number one, the Twilight program, and I think that is outstanding that we'll be able to provide, virtual learning opportunities for our students, particularly those that may be undercredited or overcredited and trying to get additional credits. I think that's an outstanding concept. But I also wanted to reiterate one of the issues that Commissioner Powell brought up, because I too, when I looked at slide 2 and I saw the guiding principles, I think that this absolutely needs to be integrated into policy, and particularly when I look at the third bullet, because it is our obligation to provide equitable experiences to every student across the district that is not dependent on where they live or where they go to school. Because if we're ever going to move toward community schools, we have to build equity. And I know Dr. Jello and I had a conversation on that, but I truly believe equity comes first, and then you build community schools. So yes, I agree that this needs to be incorporated in policy, and it needs to be our guiding principle as a board also. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Dr. Jallo, do you have any questions, comments, thoughts?
No, I just look for, I thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to seeing it come to fruition. I'll be eager to see that.
Thank you, Dr. Jallo, and I'll just end it. I had a number of questions, but I don't need to have them answered, except for the instructional highlights where you say that classroom instruction is robust across the district. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Robust in that people are up and teaching and are in front of kids. Quite frankly, the feedback that we're getting from the content directors in our T&L meetings, September we highlighted the positives, and you have people using academic language, you have teachers moving about, you have people using the district recommended materials, which was not something we saw as much last year. And so that's very encouraging. I think it also leaves us room to, there are still teachers who are trying to figure out how to transition back from a remote environment to an in-person environment. And so what does proximity or moving around the room look like differently? How does instruction look like in small groups when you have the ideas of social distancing? And so there's a lot happening, right? People are teaching. Are they teaching all the right things all the time? Not yet. Are they teaching with the pedagogy that we want to see in every classroom across the district? Not yet, but we're there, and I think with the efforts around focusing our attention on instruction and high quality instruction at grade level, we're gonna get a bang for our buck that we haven't seen in a while. Because I truly believe, and our team believes, that that is a linchpin between kids being successful, having access to grade level, and kids not having the expectations set in front of them that they get to rise to meet. And so robust instruction is happening. It will get better, but we're there and people are teaching, and got to lift that up so people in these trying times continue to come, feel like they are empowered to do better in service of kids. So
thank you. Let me just open it up one more time for my commissioners. Any other last questions that you all may have before we move on to the next agenda item? Not Commissioner LeBron. No, I'm just teasing. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Black, but I think that you are you on to present for the staff wellness? Who's that?
Our illustrious
I'll start,
superintendent.
and then I'll turn it over to Melody Martinez Davis.
Okay. Thank you.
That was a nice, no, I don't have a formal presentation. Thank you, Kathy. You did a really nice
And
job.
let me just say, Madam Superintendent,
remarkable.
before you get started, one of the things that, was on my heart is about, how well is our staff doing? That, I was over to Franklin Lower last Friday, and, people are just, they're wiped out, they're tired, there's the potential for them shutting down, and, they're doing all they can do. And they know that these are trying times, so they're not really being critical, but at the same time, with all of what's going on in our world, and them trying to be as collaborative and putting all the effort in that they can, there's still a mental component here. There's a lot of fights that are going on in schools. Our students are having some problems as well. So I thought we should have the superintendent or his staff to present to us, basically just how well our staff are doing, and just also to let them know that the Board of Education supports our staff, and we support our staff wholeheartedly, And I think the only thing that we really can do is to try to come up with answers together, Madam Superintendent, because, these are unknown and uncharted waters, and when it's unknown, unfortunately, there is, there is depression, there's stress, and so, and all over, our bus drivers, our teachers, paraprofessionals. And so I'll turn it over to Superintendent Myers-Small, just to give us, some kind of presentation about the state of our staff, their wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott, and good evening to everyone again. So 19 months ago, the Rochester City School District, as well as the other school districts in Monroe County, met together and were informed that they needed to quickly pivot to going remote because this thing called COVID-19 was really becoming very difficult, unmanageable, and was very contagious and was impacting adults and children. And so we, along with the other school districts, quickly made that pivot, and we had to think about things like delivering education online. We had to think about different ways that we would feed our students, and we also had to think about certainly the social, emotional well-being. So the emphasis and the focus absolutely was on students and making sure that as adults, that we were helping them make those transitions successfully. We ended the school year, and then we started last school year, the 2021 school year, remote, and then in January slowly began bringing students back in a hybrid format, starting with our students with disabilities and then elementary students. We graduated students in June and August, and they certainly were very excited to graduate, but it was a difficult year. We spent a lot of time looking at what type of supports could we put in place for certainly students, but also staff, and being very mindful through the Office of Student Support Services of how that might happen. We spoke over and over again that we just wouldn't know the full impact that COVID-19 would have on children and adults, scholars and adults, until we actually started seeing it come across the threshold. And I think if you talk to any educator, whether they're a teacher or a superintendent, a principal, et cetera, that we just didn't know how significant that it would be. And as we've said over and over again, our students were sequestered away, didn't have brick and mortar attendance, but we also know that we had a lot of things going on in our community, right? Certainly, our children witnessed Daniel Prude, and that was very impactful on our youngest to our secondary students. And then you overlay that with the impact of COVID as well as adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. And so our team worked during COVID to provide services to students and staff and have really ramped up those services. But it is, as you know, we've spoken either individually or at board meetings or made notes, this is weighing very heavily on staff. If you know, I'm just looking out into the audience with my staff, they're working 12, 14, 15-hour days. Teachers are working 12, 15, 17-hour days trying to make sure that they not only create lessons that are engaged students who haven't been engaged for, in some instances, for a long time, but also protecting their own mental health. And so through the Office of Student Support Services, they've worked on delivering some opportunities, creating some safe spaces where staff can speak. And one of the things that we've been working on is really helping staff to understand and to acknowledge that it is okay to say that you need help. It's okay to say that you are struggling. It's okay to say that it is challenging, and it is the most difficult time in education than I think that we've ever experienced. And so we've been very mindful of the fact that our adults need support as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Melody and her team to just share some of the things that she has been leading or the team has been participating in. When we come before you in a couple weeks, you will see, and you may have already taken a cursory look through our ARP and our CURSA plans. We have included some additional, made some additional requests through those monies to provide supports. But one of the things that we have to just continue to be mindful of is that we can say we're going to hire on a temporary basis, right? Teachers or counselors or the services we're seeing. And I saw this with my alma mater. I was talking to Dr. Miller about this. U of R had to close down their dining halls because they did not have enough supports, enough workers to supply the need that existed. So we are working in a paradigm where we have folks that, you know, we have money to do some things, and that still might not be enough. And I always try to be very strength-based in my approach to things. But I think it would be helpful, and we did send through the Friday letter to the board some information from Melody's team around things that we're doing, but I just thought it would be helpful for you to hear from her some of the things that they have been working on. Kelly Briggs, who's here, our Executive Director of Strategic Partnerships, we have engaged, and we're just looking at some of the fun things that we can do, approaching local businesses, both the huge corporate, but also some of our smaller businesses, and just seeing if we can get some incentives, some treats to incentivize our staff and just say, we care about you. The chiefs went out today and, you know, delivered cookies to our principals because it's National Principals Month, just to say thank you for what you do. And so I think really the bottom line, and I'll end with this at least for now, is that this is really about being kind to one another, having relationships with one another, and just, I've worked hard, and our team, I believe, is working hard to articulate that everything is not going to be perfect. Yes, we do serve children. That's who we are responsible for serving. But we also have to understand that everyone is under a significant amount of stress, and it has and is taking its toll. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mel.
Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, and Commissioners. Yeah, I think it's very important to recognize and almost like give permission, because sometimes people need to hear that, yes, you have permission to take a breath, and it is okay to be mindful of that. So our staff, one of the things this summer that took place during the Leadership Week was I addressed the leaders, including the principals, about the importance of when you talk about social emotional learning, it really starts by you building that positive community within your school and with your staff. Because if staff feel welcome, if staff feels that we want them to be there and that we're a family, they will, even though the work is hard and the struggle is real, they know that there's someone there that has their back. So that's where really social emotional learning needs to start, is by the time you walk into that door, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a paraprofessional, whether you work in the cafeteria, knowing that we appreciate you so much. One of the things that we did this summer as well was we provided professional development. We had 2 different social emotional trauma. We had about 120 participants to that training for staff. We also provided training on restorative practices. We had 150 participants. And then we offer a training on social emotional learning and racial equity. We had 130 participants that came to that training. We are starting a second set of training on social emotional learning. It's a 10-session series. In addition to social emotional virtual circle supports that already started in September. We had 2 in September by our Rock Restorative team, and those social emotional learning virtual circle supports will continue throughout the year once a month. We have emailed our staff our newsletter. We started that last year, and it was very well received, so we're continuing with our quarterly newsletter for our staff that has different resources, from videos to quick reads of tips and tools that they can use in their classroom and also for themselves, for that mindfulness and that taking that moment to reflect on how they're doing and what things they need from us to support them to be successful. Because the newsletter was so well received, we're actually this year we started doing weekly, we're calling them SEL tips. And it's a quick read, no more than 3 articles in those weekly ones, but it's really for staff, any staff, to access that if they need for themselves or if they need some additional support for their classes on how they can incorporate any of the social emotional learning competencies in their daily practices. The virtual staff support circles that I mentioned before, in addition to the leadership link that we just posted last week, that it has really a guide for our building administrators of who do you need, who should you contact if you have a particular issue in your building. So if you want to be proactive and you want some professional development for your staff, who do you contact? There's an imminent crisis in your staff, who do you contact? We wanted something quick and easy for principals to just pull up on their laptops or print it and have it readily available with the name of the either director or coordinator from Student Support Services, just one phone call, and then we'll take care of the rest. It's almost like a triage for principals to make it accessible to them. We continue with our trauma, illness, and grief training that we started last year. We have more buildings now that their building crisis team, at least one member of their team is TIG trained and has the resources and access. Edna Robinson has been working with some of our principals to ensure that their building crisis teams are set up and are well supported. So we're doing a number of different professional development, providing resources, providing lessons to them through either Rock Restorative Team, through Center for Youth, Pathways to Peace, Elizabeth Reyes, our executive director, through Kelly Briggs as well. So we're trying to do almost like a whole, not just one, one particular item, right? We're trying to have multiple different resources at different times for our staff.
Thank you. You want to add anything else, Madam Superintendent?
No, not at this
I'm going to ask, if you will indulge me, I'm going to open it up for questions, but I'm also going to ask every board member if they would just offer 30 seconds of encouragement to our staff. So, Commissioner Clark, I'm going to start with you if you have any questions, but I think that we all should offer about 30 seconds of just encouragement. If you could, please.
Oh, sure. I'll start by saying that we view ourselves as a team. We're all a team, and we see the great work that you're doing, and we're here to support you in any way that we can. You can reach out via email or any other way, but I see and I appreciate the great work that each and every one of you are doing to, during this difficult time, to ensure that our students receive a proper education. So for that, I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I'm going to start with my questions, I guess,
Sure,
and comments.
absolutely.
And there's one thing about me, I'm always going to try to speak authentically and from the heart. And so I do have to say this, that even my own experience around this culture of positive toxicity, I'm not a fan of it because everything you shared sounds great, but I also know that the reality is that our staff are struggling and are burnt out right now. And some of them are struggling to just make it through the day. Some of them are struggling with their own personal safety to make it through the day, with their own mental health. And we are not doing enough. So it's almost like when I look at this entire system, and this is my own assessment to the system, we do things as if this system is operating at its prime and functional, and it's not. The system is absolutely in a crisis almost all the time. This is why we're always reacting to things versus being proactive and trying to, the things like a newsletter sounds great. If this was a stable system, everything you described 100% is right. Those are absolutely the right positive things that staff would want to have. But that's hard for a lot of our staff to go through and endure when we are short-staffed, when they are struggling. And I thank you for uplifting some encouragement for them, Vice President Elliott. And I know that, you have really stepped up as well this year to support staff. And I don't think people often get to see that. But I want to uplift that too. But I do want to uplift that our staff are working double, triple, and that we're working with students who have been impacted as well by COVID while they're managing their own families impacted by COVID. And then we open schools and we're like, everybody go back to normal, and nothing is normal. And so I want to uplift that if this was a stable, normal system, things that you just described, Deputy Martinez, would absolutely make sense, and I would be in full support. But when it's the other extreme, and then this is how it feels, and I've gone to schools and I've seen classrooms overcrowded, overpacked, we're short-staffed, we don't have subs, we don't have paras, we don't have TAs, we can't even, half our kids are still struggling with transportation issues because at any moment, if a bus driver or two or three don't call in because they have their own lives and family that they're navigating in COVID scares, the impact and the ripple. And so if this was under normal circumstances, yes, all those things sound wonderful. But I need to know what we're doing proactively beyond what was mentioned. And I've said this before, and I just want to uplift this again. The fact that I know for a fact that there are other school boards and other administrations across the United States who are subbing in schools and being there physically all day and taking time from their own jobs to be in schools. And they're not even paid board members. Like, I personally know these individuals. And I feel like that is the level of response that this board and this administration needs to be giving to our staff. I want to thank our staff, but I want to thank them by this board and this administration taking that level of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Let me go to President White.
I think, it's difficult to provide in 30 seconds, although I appreciate and respect the challenge, the kind of support that our staff needs, given the tremendous challenges. So I just hope and pray that if you ask us to give personal statements, that if I have fallen short of that in my years of service, that I make up for that in the balance of this year. But I can't make it up in terms of words or speeches. We have to make it up in terms of deeds. And so I think what the staff really want from us is support that manifests itself in our work. So I will endeavor, Madam Vice President, to make my work provide the support that they need. Thank you for that thoughtful suggestion that we share that with the staff.
Thank you, President White. Let me go to Commissioner Adams.
I would like to extend a thanks to staff and to all the family and parents to come up through there. Everybody's going through it. We just all have to keep going that extra mile. Most staff have been doing that their whole career. That's what made me volunteer at the school. I seen them doing all that. I said, let me do a little bit of that. And so just keep doing what you always have done. Going the extra mile. Being there for the students, because it's a challenge for the students. We're not offering them what they expected. It's not there what we had when some of us were in school. So, once again, all I can say is thank you. And I'm going to walk with you like I've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Malloy?
I just want to extend gratitude to all of our employees, and we're all suffering right now, and I see the suffering as I tour schools. We're not in a great place, but I want all of our employees to know that I support them and that we support them as a board. But talk is cheap. We have to provide action to back those things up. But I know that everyone is going above and beyond to help our students while balancing and juggling their own family's needs. And I just want to say thank you. But we need to support our employees so that they can educate our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Powell?
Way back in the beginning, when I was first elected for school board, the first thing my husband did was slap a bumper sticker on my car that read, "Those who can teach, those who can't are running the schools." And I recognized that he was speaking directly to me and to say, nobody wants me stepping into their classroom pretending I can teach. So I truly value those who have the skills to be a teacher. It's something certainly I never could do myself, would not aspire to do. I did feel isolated during COVID, as I'm sure many of our teachers and staff did. I felt like I wasn't able to contribute to the larger conversations. And even in a pre-COVID world and a post-COVID world, we have too many silos where we're not reaching out to our stakeholders, we're not engaging the people who might have the answers that we're, or the perspectives that we need to create a better future than our present. So my encouragement is that we consider reaching out as much as we possibly can. If we can't do it in person, that we do it by phone, by Zoom. Really try to break out of our silos, whether they're self-imposed because of the COVID environment or whether they are, the product of, just trying to stay out of other people's way. In many respects, my frustration is as much of my own making as anybody else's, because I worked so hard to try to stay out of other people's way and make sure that they could do what they do best and what they needed to be doing. I lift that up as something, we all want to be engaged, we all want to be involved in the future success of this district. We might not all know how to do it. If you're not being engaged, take the first step, make that first phone call and see if you can break through the silos. Okay, thanks.
And I'll end by saying, I love you. I know a lot of people don't get those four-letter words, get other four-letter words. But know that you're loved. Know that, and to Commissioner LeBron's point, you know, people are noticing that I'm more staff-friendly. But know that you're loved. And I know that may not be appropriate comments at a board meeting. But know that you're loved. This is a lot of work, and I just want to encourage you and do what I can in order to support you. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So I just need to be who the community knows. I got to be me. I got to ask the community, I tell a staff member what people have always heard me say, not just tonight. I know your plate is full. I know your plate is full. My recommendation, get a bigger plate. That's what I've always told people in the community. That's what I've always done. That's what I need you to do. I'm done. I'm done. That's being me. That's the Ricardo that people know.
Madam Vice President,
Yes.
can I be me? Ricardo, I agree with that, but I would say our responsibility is to give them a bigger plate. They can take on more, but we need to give them a bigger plate. We provide the resources, so I agree with you. But I would add, with your permission, that if we're asking them to take on more, that we give them what it takes to take on that more. Thank you.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you to do, because I think the plate is already full. So, but thank you, commissioners, my colleagues, for giving those words of encouragement. And so the next item on the agenda is the Office of Parent Engagement. Khadijah Muhammad.
Good evening, Superintendent, Commissioners, parents, our CSD staff, and community partners. Before I begin, I want to just uplift the last segment that you guys just spoke about, because I too personally was affected and had been out for 2 months. The burnout caused a mental break that turned into a physical and medical break, where I ended up in the hospital and was out for 2 months. So it does feel good to hear thank you. It does feel good to hear that there are efforts being put towards bringing more intentional ways of supporting, grabbing that bigger plate, being provided that bigger plate, but also being provided those resources to fill that bigger plate. So I just wanted to say thank you for that last segment. So the Office of Parent Engagement is always one of those departments that are busy, that you may not always see exactly what it is that we are doing, but we always want to make sure that we are starting out and beginning with our priorities aligning with our district's strategic plan. And namely, Office of Parent Engagement falls into our Build Strong community. But that's not where we're limited to. It's also inclusive of engaging, lifting up, and also leading. Next slide, please. The Office of Parent Engagement serves our parents, students, and school in support of academic success for all students. Our mission is to help facilitate parent engagement that is systemic, integrated, and sustained. And we do that through reaching our parents, responding to their needs, encouraging partnerships, advocating on behalf of parents, which is a bulk of what we do, and collaborating with community partners as we help our parents help their students to academic success. So we are the liaisons between parents and schools, which includes our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants. We provide monthly professional learning opportunities for our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants. We support our parent groups. We are currently convening our parent group presidents and vice presidents. We created a doodle poll to get the best date to convene those presidents and vice presidents, and starting out with a check-in, seeing how they're doing, how we can offer additional support on top of what we already do. Our district and building administrators, we meet monthly with our school chiefs and provide updates on school-based planning team, parent reps, whether school compacts are online, the minutes for the school-based planning team, and different topics that are necessary to the professional development of our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants in the schools. We also support our placement department. To date, OPE has supported 400 plus transfers, whether parents came in directly to central office, contacted through the schools. We continue to support our placement department. Our goal is to provide recommendations and strategies to schools that build and or strengthen relationships with our parents. So out of those goals, we have some targeted professional learning that we are going to be focusing on, mediation strategies with parents, restorative practices, trauma, illness, and grief, TIG, which some of our OPE staff are trained in, as well as mediation and restorative practices. We are the liaison to our parent groups, Parent Leadership Advisory Council, Bilingual Education Council, Special Education Parent Advisory Council, and our Multilingual Parent Advisory Council. And we do this in conjunction with the DOME department for our bilingual and our multilingual departments, as well as our special education department. Our goal with our parent groups are to elevate parent representation, advocacy, and switch to solution-based thinking. We will be reinstating the Power of Two, which was around and established before my arrival to the district 2 years ago. And it is a system where we would be able to have parents also be that word of mouth for other parents and inviting 2 parents at a time and so on and so forth. We connect parent groups with community partners. I say blessed because I really truly think it is a blessing to now be a part of the Strategic and Community Partnerships Department. With Kelly Briggs leading, that definitely has been a delightful lift in engaging with our community partners. So professional learning opportunities for our parent groups would be facilitating successful meetings, really getting into Title I and becoming completely familiar with that, as well as their support to Title I planning, how to advertise and recruit parent group members, and bringing our engaged parents, Padres Comprometidos, to our parents as well. So a few weeks ago, we had a request to see what Office of Parent Engagement was doing to support Bilingual Education Council. We are always in collaboration with them, but specifically, we have a bilingual community liaison specialist that coordinates and attends with the Department of Multilingual Education to offer support with our BEC, our Bilingual Education Council meetings. We collaborate with the parent liaisons and homeschool assistants, and we did this last week, sent out an email to them to help recruit parents to our Bilingual Education Council. In addition, we connected with Latino organizations to support bringing forth parents to Bilingual Education Council. The director of Bilingual Education sent an email to principals the end of September with the request that they present to parents to be representatives on the Bilingual Education Council, and that is within the bylaws for BEC and the agreement between the district and Bilingual Education Council. I'm happy to report that today, with those additional efforts, in conjunction with the Dome Department and OPE, we are still working on Wilson Magnet High School, but all other schools currently have representatives for the Bilingual Education Council. So as I previously mentioned, we do have monthly professional learning opportunities with our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants in the schools, and we like to call it our network. And what we focus on is their role in the schools and building a network of resources for students and families. We think of them as an extension of Office of Parent Engagement on the ground. They are the ones that are doing the work day to day with the parents in the schools. So we want to make sure we're also providing them. And President White, I'm going to take your analogy, that bigger plate, so that they can do what they need to do in the schools. Our goal is to build their capacity and strengthen their skill sets to engage parents in their child's success, academic success. So we've tweaked our monthly professional learning opportunities with them, where we bring in speakers who are experts in the field of active family and community engagement, and a portion of those professional developments are designed to have a round table where those community partners not only present, but there's a question and answer and an interactive session that takes place. We also provided 2 sessions, one concluded last week and the week before that, on Title I planning, as those plans are due coming up the 22nd of this month. So that was 2 additional professional learning opportunities that we provided for our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants to get those plans completed. And tools to help schools address chronic absenteeism, and as we do go back into what this new normal is with students attending school in the school buildings. We have always collaborated with and are very appreciative of our communications department because they will be coming and presenting on our communication systems, and also helping our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants become comfortable with utilizing those systems. And most importantly, too, they are supporting our parent groups. So they will also, there were some homeschool assistants and parent liaisons that expressed the desire to attend the meeting with their parent group presidents and vice presidents that we will be convening. OPE also came to the rescue of our transportation department and collaborated with the transportation department to set up a transportation line. Instead of having a separate line, we had the calls routed through our OPE parent line. All OPE staff, including myself, answered those calls. A Google Doc was created to track the reasons for those calls and then follow up with those respective individuals. So what we found as we started this September 21st, so we're in roughly our 3rd week now, and about 85 to 90% of our calls were from parents of charter schools. Most common concerns were, when will my child's transportation begin? My child was not picked up this morning, or requests for change in transportation. One of the things that Office of Parent Engagement is responsible for, and most certainly have to get back on the table as a priority, is Parent University. With the addition of Kelly coming as our executive director, we have begun to plan for relaunching Parent University, identifying those course offerings, presenters, dates and times for Parent University. And some of those topics, as we were discussing, we want to make sure that we are addressing school-related topics such as the early childhood, 3 to 5, 6 through 8, navigating through high school, college readiness, career readiness, and employability skills trainings. And these will be courses that will be offered to our parents, as well as healthy living. We broke down a section to have like a health and wellness, family circles, restorative practices, mediation, trauma, illness, and grief training, and home ownership, financial literacy, as well as parent voice and parent advocacy. So with our parent groups, namely PLAC, I want to make sure that I'm certainly uplifting them. It has been a trying time for them with just getting back up and running. We have a lot of new parents that are a part of that parent group. So kind of letting them get their footing, but also making sure that we are still supporting them and backing them. But we recognize the hard work that it does take to be a district level parent group, and we want to make sure that we're supporting them. So leadership training for our executive members, running meetings, setting their agendas, and their role even with school-based planning team. This coming Thursday, we will be meeting with our parent groups for policy review, and that's something else that is also included in Parent University. So we will be meeting with the grants department to go over Title I planning as well as Policy 1900 as it relates to our Title I. As we begin to plan for our school-based planning in Title I, again, this is a responsibility of Office of Parent Engagement. So upcoming trainings for our parents will begin in December 2021 for parent school-based planning team, as well as Title I parent training. And per our policy, we have to offer this 3 times a year. So it's slated to start in December. The next one will be in February and follow up in April. We are always looking to collaborate, and it's a big lift. Parent engagement truly has to be a priority for everyone. And we certainly reach out to make sure that we're collaborating with our school chiefs, our principals, our homeschool assistants, parent liaisons, Office of Grants and Accountability, as well as Office of School Innovation. So as I have briefly mentioned, we are now a part of strategic and community partnerships, which includes myself as the Director of Office of Parent Engagement, Tony Jordan as the Director for Youth Engagement, LaSalle Taylor as the Community Schools Director, and Ricky Frazier as our Volunteer Coordination Services Coordinator. Noteworthy mentions that I just want to leave you with. Office of Parent Engagement was one of the departments that assisted over the pandemic and was face-to-face, continued some of our face-to-face interactions during the pandemic. We staffed the food distribution sites, as well as continue to do home visits to support student placement, myself included. Mr. Capizzuto asked me to take a folder out to a family to make sure that this parent got her 5 kids registered for school, and that's exactly what I did. The main reasons that parents called during the pandemic were about Chromebooks, internet access, maybe their child not being able to log into class, and food distribution. And we were able to continue contact with our parents through the My Telephone program, social media outlets, as well as our parent center email address. We collaborated with the district to facilitate the parent reopening meetings that took place last August, including a separate session for our L and bilingual parents. And we also participated on the many reopening committees that were formed during that time. In addition, OPE continued to meet with parent liaisons and homeschool assistants, as well as facilitated our 9-week parent training called Engage Parents, that graduated 65 parents across our district. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Khadijah. Any questions from my colleagues? We'll start with Commissioner Malloy.
More, not a question, but more just a comment. I just want to thank you so much for your work and for this presentation. And I just also want to say thank you so much for having the courage to share your own experiences these past few months. So thank you very much for everything that you do for our district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams?
Also shout you out. I see you in your scholar out in the community a lot. But this thing here about parent school-based planning and training, school-based planning in 4 or 5 years, I never got trained, so I'm really happy to see this on here. This is some good work that you do. I'm not the one that should doing some good, detailed, explicit work. And I can
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Let me go to Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Quick question. The district level school-based planning teams, executive school-based planning, is that what it's called? What is that meeting? If this came up earlier today, is it meeting regularly, or when's the last time it met?
So the executive school-based planning team, which is chaired out of the superintendent's office, will convene starting next month. We did discuss that. I did speak with the superintendent about that, so that will be convening next month.
Thank you.
Commissioner White? President White?
No worries, no worries. Director Muhammad, like Dr. Black, I want to thank you for your thoughtful and thorough approach. In this instance, it was a report on what OPE is doing. It certainly is a major step forward for what we experienced a few years ago, and you put it in its proper context. There was sort of a re-engagement of the plaque, and you have been a part of that. And like my colleagues, I want to thank you for that effort, but more importantly, I want to thank you for the very thoughtful, well-prepared report. We haven't had that from OPE in quite a while, so I appreciate that, and I want to hold that up, and I hope that you continue to do that before this committee. I have a couple of suggestions. One is actually a question, and I might have missed it, and I apologize. School-based planning teams, as you know, I went to a plaque meeting a week or two ago. You were there, and it was a good meeting. It was a very healthy meeting, honest dialogue, and I appreciate your presence there as well. But one of the things that came up and has come up quite a bit is 1900.3. If you give me just a second, I'll pull it up on my phone. And 1900.3 states, and this is a quote, "The superintendent and at least one board member shall meet annually with the Parent Advisory Council to evaluate this policy, 1900, identify barriers to success, and recommend policy changes to eliminate and overcome barriers." Now, as you know, in a meeting that you and I had with Plaque less than a week ago or 2 weeks ago, we did some of that. But I want to emphasize to the superintendent and to you, Director Muhammad, that we ought to formalize that. Part of the problem was we didn't regularly check in with each other. And I told the members of Plaque, I committed to the members of Plaque, that I would ensure that in the remaining time that I have in office, that we clean up some of the challenges that they had identified. And I'm convinced that one of the ways we can do that is to make sure that we have, as I said when I first became president many years ago, that I had a to-do list. And one of the things on the to-do list was we need to do what we say we're going to do. Well, 1900.3 specifically says that annually, the superintendent and one member of the Board of Education, I assume normally that would be the board president, it says at least one member, would meet and discuss the policy and discuss to what extent we are effectively implementing. That has not taken place for a variety of reasons we discussed at the meeting, but I really want to encourage the superintendent and the board, and specifically the policy chair, to make sure that is one of the deliverables that we look at every year to make sure, because how we got ourselves into trouble is we never went back to look and ask them how we were doing. And then the other question I have is, and I might have missed it, Director Muhammad, but one of the things that I think we used to do, going back to Director Willie Robinson, he was very effective at it. We called it the Christmas tree report. I don't know if you all remember that, but that report showed how many of our schools had active school-based planning. Like Commissioner Adams, I was a member of my children's school-based planning team for many years. And we got to a point in this district history where we weren't really monitoring or managing the number of people that were participating in our school-based planning teams. And I don't know if I caught it on here, but one of the things I think you should be reporting, and I might have missed it, is how many of our schools, I saw the report with respect to bilingual representation, right? But one of the elements, if I missed it, I apologize, on this report should be how many of our schools, pursuant to board policy, have active and fully engaged school-based planning teams. That is a policy mandate, and like I said, we must do what we say we're going to do. And quite frankly, when Willie was here, we did monitor that. I'd like to see that continue, and if it is, I apologize for missing it.
Nope, you did not miss it. It is, we do have the report. It is no longer called the Christmas tree report because it was politically incorrect. So now we call it the Chiefs report, and it's something that we present to the Chiefs monthly and monitor the parent representatives on the school-based planning team. So I touched on it, but I definitely can include it in the next report and next update, and also attach it for you guys to be able to view as well, because we do still take count of that, and we keep track of it. And I can go to last year's report because we're still in the process of just getting the numbers for this year. But 75% of our schools have, so let me be clear, all of our schools have school-based planning teams. 75% of them had parent representatives, which per policy 2265, there has to be a minimum of 3 parents on the school-based planning teams. So as we're tracking that report, if a school only has 1 parent, then that means that they're not in compliance with having 3 to 5 parents. So we're not going to mark that they're green versus our red color, which that's how we got into calling it the report that it was. But I can certainly provide those updated numbers as we have them to the board.
And Madam Vice President, just so I can avoid sending an email to our clerk and to you, Director Muhammad, and to our superintendent, could someone set up that meeting for me and the superintendent to meet with PLAC or whoever your designee is, to go to make sure that we're compliant with 1900.3, that yearly annual meeting. I want to make sure I am part of that meeting before I go. Thank you.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Commissioner LeBron?
Sorry about that, Khadijah. I did get a chance to review your presentation prior to you presenting it. And so, yeah, thank you for coming up and being real and authentic about how COVID has impacted you, because it's not just isolated to our schools, or certainly there are staff in the central office too that are impacted in different ways. And I really hate that we're just saying, all right, come back, everything's back to normal, and it's not. So I do want to ask, though, about the PTA, PTOs. I know that we're talking about school-based planning, and I saw that Latinas Unidas, Ibero, and La Cumbre was mentioned, and that you guys sent out an email on 10/7. But just so you know, there are many Latino, Latina, Latinx organizations and tables, and we actually just had a meeting to bring folks together, because we are trying to to work more effectively and efficiently and advocate and how we advocate around issues, so that we don't have these smaller education subtables at all of these other organizations, if that makes sense. So it's more like, how can we strategically figure out ways to all be connected? And we did just release a report of the State of Latinos in Rochester. If anybody's interested, it should be at the Ibero's website to download. But with all that said, BEC continues to struggle and have some concerns that they have consistently highlighted both to the board and to the state. I see that you did the parent representatives, but I don't see where we're talking about how many PTO, PTAs, and how many parents are involved actively in those. And I know that pre-COVID, the number wasn't great, but there were a number of PTA, PTOs that were active. and obviously have been impacted because of COVID. But then coming back, how do we re-engage those parents, and then also utilize like Zoom? Like, you don't have to come in person unless you want to coordinate as parents, like an in-person celebration or something, but the meetings could be done. Are you all doing some outreach for that, some supports? How do we re-engage?
So that is part of convening our presidents and our PTO presidents and vice presidents together, because we want to be meaningful and purposeful as far as what we do offer and hearing back from them specifically. One of the things that we have gotten a lot of times with our parents is they feel that things are done to them instead of with them. So preliminary, it was figuring out the time that's going to work best for them. And right now, I think the Saturday date might be in the lead, which, you know, I'm perfectly open to meeting with our parents when they can meet. But I will definitely put that on our agenda, because there's a part on there when I sent the original email out to those parent group presidents and vice presidents of, now that we're back, how does that feel? What supports can be offered? And really talking about that. I spent a couple of evenings personally calling all of the parent group presidents and vice presidents and getting an understanding of what were the barriers during COVID to meeting, not meeting. And, you know, as previously mentioned, a lot of it was just them just trying to get their bearings with what the pandemic has brought to their doorstep, you know, as far as managing their own lives. So some of them weren't meeting because they were trying to manage their own families and their own lives. But we really wanted to be intentional with that meeting and not just setting up another meeting to meet. So we are working on how can we best support our parent group presidents, vice presidents, to in turn support their parent groups in the schools. So that is on the agenda.
Comment is the fact that there is a big push in this community to pay our parents for the time that they're spending and both giving their ideas and their feedback, and I 100% support that. And I'm wondering if you have had the opportunity to do like some cost analysis and look at how many meetings you typically would have. And these are meetings where parents are being asked to give their ideas and lead. So not necessarily like paying them to come to conferences that would be open or professional development. Well, I would argue yes to professional development, but but you know, like we're hosting like a play day for parents. We're not going to do a stipend for that. But certainly if we're asking parents to take Saturdays and evenings and come together and have meetings and also help us be compliant, right? Be in compliance with what the state requires of the district by law, not just a policy, but by law we are required to have parent engagement opportunities and involvement. Then we should be compensating them. And so I would be curious if you've done any cost analysis around that, what that would look like.
So I have not, but that is something that we have been discussing, myself and Kelly, as she has come on, because it is a lot of work. It's definitely a lot that, you know, the department gets tapped into for our parents to participate in. So we want to make sure that we are looking into seeing if it's plausible to do, or how do we compensate our parents for their ideas, for their time that they are taking away from their family. So that is kind of like the next steps. And I do appreciate you even just mentioning that cost analysis so that we can kind of figure that out.
I just want to put a last plug on record that this community, we're paying $25 an hour, which is like a standard consultation fee. So that's the starting point. Don't do it below that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also mention that in response to the very traumatic event that transpired over at North Star, Office of Parent Engagement was also in response to that. We have a parent rep that is trained in TIG, trauma, illness, and grief, as well as restorative practices. So she was over at North Star and present to do restorative circles, not only with our students, but also engage with our parent population that came over to the school, and our parent rep, in addition to our executive director, Kelly, as well as the director of community schools, Tony Jordan with youth engagement and volunteer coordination. So our whole department was over there to support North Star when that did happen.
What I'd really like to do is thank you for the comprehensive presentation that you gave today, and also knowing the work that you've done to assist with our transportation and with North Star. But I really wanted to thank you for putting a face on the challenges that our community faces.
Thank you.
Dr. Jallo, do you have any questions for Khadijah?
No, not at this time.
And I have one question. Well, first of all, I think that because some parts of the community see this as an opportunity. And so I don't know if that office needs to contact the communications office so that people in the community know that you are doing work. It seems like there's a lot of but it seems as if the office of parent engagement needs to be uplifted, and I think that sometimes it needs to be communicated with the work that's being done. Now, obviously, you've been out for a couple of months, but you know, there's a group that looks and thinks that the office is silent. So I would want to make sure that you are aware of that. And then secondly, what is the work that, at one point, Madam Superintendent, and I'll also ask Chris about this, that there in the, particularly in the teachers' union contract, there used to be language that referenced parents participating in that process. And so I don't know what the negotiations have been at this point, but there was supposed to be, at one point, there was supposed to be parent representation in the negotiations of that. And I'm going back. Okay, all right. But let me just put it back on the table. At some point, I think that, and I think some of our parent groups, PLAC and the Bilingual Education Committee, I think at some point, they need to be familiar with those contracts, and if they have any questions about those contracts, I think that we need to have those comments and questions that they may have a part of the negotiation process. I mean, those documents are public now, but I think that we need to make sure that parents are aware that, in fact, a lot of the things that we do, and particularly in the past, they were bottlenecked because of our union contracts. And I'm not talking about now, but I'm talking about in the past. There used to be this intimidation, you know, with regard to the contracts, and people weren't doing work, you know, and I'm not saying that that's what it is now, but I do think that parents are in a far better position now, a far more powerful position to be able to take those contracts and review those contracts, and if they have any concerns about those contracts, that they are able to voice those concerns with regard to those contracts. So I am putting that on the table, that parents be aware of what goes on in the contracts, because in many regards, that limits what we're able to accomplish based on what we've negotiated. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you for expanding on that, because that gets the conversation more refined. In fact, the policy has 2 sentences under parents' interest in collective bargaining. The Board of Education shall consider the concerns and interests of parents in its deliberations regarding collective bargaining agreements. The district will seek information regarding the needs and interests of parents in advance of collective bargaining negotiations. The thought was that there would be surveys or something going out.
All right. So, Madam Superintendent, we could keep that into consideration as we move forward in our negotiations with our collective bargaining. Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
And the next item on the agenda is the policy first readings. So I'm going to turn that over to Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. We have a total of 11 policies over the last 2 months of policy committee meetings. 3 of them are in the 2000 series, which is board level, are policies that affect the Board of Education specifically, and 8 that are from the finance part 1 and part 2. The common denominator here is every single one of these 11 policies are being recommended with no changes. So they're affirming the existing language. And that being the case, I should think I wouldn't have to read the names of each of these or call them out for specific comment. But the concept of a public reading is that we hear from the public about them. So when it comes time for the second reading, I would not expect it to appear on the October 19 schedule because that's another committee date. That next time that you will see these for a second reading would be our next monthly meeting, which is the 28th. Such that should parents want to sign up to speak, that they would know to expect it to happen in a regular monthly meeting. And then the third reading and the occasion where we would vote on to affirm these or not would be in the November meeting, business meeting. So if there are questions about the policies before us, we do have a zip file that has the clean copy and the track, well, there is no there are track changes, but they're all format because we are only advancing those that have no substantive changes. Did I see a hand, Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, just 2 questions. I guess, can we give feedback on these today as the first reading, or?
Again,
I'll stop there. Let me ask that first. I might answer my second question.
The second, well, I'm not sure what your question is, so let me make like an active listening statement, and then you can tell me what I missed. These have already been through subcommittee, where the administration has made their recommendations, and through our policy committee meetings. This is intended for an opportunity for the public to respond to us. So what is your question?
Yeah, so that was part of the question, was were we giving feedback on these? And the second part of the question was for the public input, which you just mentioned. Because this is on here tonight, would they have been given the opportunity tonight to give input? Or are you saying at the next board business meeting, that's when they technically will have the opportunity?
That's why I want to have the next time it come up be at our business meeting, because the average parent wouldn't know to look for this conversation at tagged on to a committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. I definitely want to make sure we promote it. I'll definitely do some promotions too, but there are some in here I think that our parents would be interested in giving feedback and comment on. And I think the community would also be particularly interested in the vendor relations and how we define the MWBE program for this district and the percentages. So I'll definitely help spread the word around that.
Okay. So if you want to bring that very specific topic up again at the business meeting, I'll share with you that the vendor relations policy is one that we have, and this goes back to its beginnings. The city has an identical policy, and they were passed together. And the city it was based on a study that the city had done on percentage of MWBE contractors that were out there in the marketplace as our pool, to draw from. I am an advocate that the city of Rochester do a new study and potentially update the percentages. But they drove this, and I'm asking them to continue to drive this. And I think our clerk has some input on that.
Yes, I just have one point about the third reading. I know the new policy that was just passed with regard to board action on policies states that the third reading has to be 4 weeks from the first reading. So November business meeting would be too late to do that. So if you want to just amend.
It seems like that like it must be a mistake, because if we only do this at business meetings, it would take 8 weeks of business meetings. So maybe we have to resubmit that for consideration to the body, but thank you for drawing that to my attention. I guess I will ask for a variance or a waiver of the policy when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. And we are almost about to adjourn, but we have to do the meeting poll. But before we do that, I'm sorry, let me just say these couple of things while I got the floor. I just want to do a shout out to, I used to do this before, then for some reason I just stopped. On the personal privilege for me, we attended Monroe High School, the leadership meeting, and, the building was just immaculate. And one of the things that Principal Muhammad mentioned to us is that students want to come there because it's a great, clean building. And we also, in terms of my school visits, was at Franklin Lohr last week, and also at School 22. And looks like Commissioner LeBron and myself will be going back to Franklin Lohr Thursday. And so I just wanted to give those shout outs. And again, I think people are doing a great job given this environment that we're living in. And these schools deserve shout outs. So thank you for all your work. Commissioner Malloy?
We have one last agenda item we need to do, the board goals finalization.
Oh, okay. So I missed it. I'm sorry. So, thank you.
It's okay.
But see, I got a hard copy here,
Yeah.
so yeah, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you so much, Vice President Elliott. So last week we had the opportunity to start to finalize all of our goals, and we pretty much did that, but I think that there was some language that we wanted to change for our third board goal and the metrics surrounding it regarding diversity of employment and just making some clarifications there. We had some really great suggestions from board members. First and foremost, though, just for the public's sake, I just want to remind everyone what our board goals were that we moved forward. The first was to improve the financial condition of RCSD. We clarified some of the metrics with that goal. The second one is to increase academic achievement. We also clarified some of the metrics surrounding that as well. And then finally, our third board goal, and this is the one that we really need to finalize here, is increase equity for all students. If you look down at there was some just debate amongst board members about what that language should look like. And so I think we finalized D. Kalia, is that correct? D was actually finalized?
No, D was not finalized, but the track changes shows what the suggested change for D was.
Okay.
We needed to change 22, 23
Gotcha.
on that goal.
Okay, so that was the only change for D that needed to take place. All right, and so I think then letter E, we originally had encouraging diversity of hiring, and we had just really robust conversation, and so I commend all board members for engaging in that. And there were some suggestions that were made to make this a more specific goal, and I think that's really what we need to finalize this evening. The track changes are listed there. I think personally, I really like the first track change, the first suggestion that says refining our hiring practice to recruit employees that are representative of the diversity of our school district and increase employees of color in all areas. That's my own opinion, but I would like to open up the floor and just get some feedback from my peers. Go ahead, President White.
Yeah, I like that one of all of them. I think that one pretty effective. I would just add refining our hiring practices to recruit and retain. But other than that, that one is certainly, I think, a lot better than encouraging the diversity of hiring.
Fantastic. Are there other comments? Go ahead, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, so I like that it's fleshed out a little bit better, but I want to be very specific. I do not think that the diversity of hiring staff, it needs to happen in all areas. It just doesn't. And we know that statistically, if we look at the data from our own district and what that data has looked like, we have a disproportionate number of staff that are Black and brown in positions that are around food services, paras, TAs, who are also our lowest wage employees, who are also our employees who live primarily in the city. And I'm not saying our other administrators and our teachers don't live in the city, but we do have statistics on where people live and what their makeup is with race and ethnicity. So I would, if we're gonna do that, I would rather that we be very specific about the goal and how that's gonna be accomplished.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Do you have a specific way to word that?
Absolutely, just
Okay.
recruitment for teachers and administrators,
Okay.
that's it, or higher paid employees in leadership roles, so that includes chiefs, that includes deputies and the SEG group, the BEG group, from teachers on up.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Are there other comments? Commissioner Clark, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would say is that I do agree with Commissioner LeBron that we need to be more specific, because we know the areas where the diversity is lacking, and those should be focus areas for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I think I'll move down the line. Vice President Elliott, is there any specific language that you would like to see changed? I think there's a fair amount of consensus that first bullet, refining our hiring practices to recruit and retain employees that are representative of the diversity of our school district and increase employees of color in all areas. I think we are in agreement, a general agreement about that one. Commissioner LeBron has suggested, though, that we make it more specific to specify teachers and administration, and Commissioner Clark just agreed with that. So I just wanted to get you up to speed. Is that language that you would be comfortable with?
Yep, I'm comfortable with it. So you said teachers and administrators. Right, yeah.
Thank you. President White.
Yeah, how about refining still focusing on that first bullet, refining our hiring practices to recruit and retain employees that are representative of the diversity of our school district and increase employees of color in all areas, especially instructional,
Right.
blah, 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 something like that.
I like that
Does
as
that
well.
make sense?
Right. Commissioner Adams, did you have anything to add? Commissioner Powell?
I'm just not clear, are we looking to adopt all of these bullets?
No, just the first bullet.
Just the first bullet as modified? Like that? In fact, I like it. I was thinking we were looking to adopt all of these, in which case I would have suggested sub-bullets, but thank you. I'm in agreement with everyone else.
So, Clerk Wade, how do you suggest that we move forward on this then?
So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have refining our hiring practices to recruit employees that are representative of the
And
diversity.
retain.
Recruit and retain.
And retain employees that are representative of the diversity of our school district and increase employees of color in all areas, especially in instructional areas. If that is what the general will of the board is, then we would take a vote to adopt 3D and 3E, and then it would complete the board goals.
Instead of instructional, though, could it be modified to perhaps instructional and administrative?
If that's the will of the board.
Not if that's what we vote on.
Instructional, and she had said instructional, but that would imply maybe just teachers somehow, so I thought perhaps administrative. could be
I
put in
would
there as
say
well.
instructional, administrative, and leadership positions, because not all of the positions that you are saying are higher up or upper level are administrators, right? They're in
Right.
supervisory.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay,
I would just add leadership positions.
So the full term is, the full statement is refining or hiring practices to recruit and retain employees that are representative of the diversity of our school district and increase employees of color in all areas, especially in instructional, administrative, and leadership areas.
Yeah, I think, just so we're clear, I think, do you intend to include all of central office in that? Even, we have ASAR civil service positions. I don't know if that's your intent or not, but I think that's an area that we need to see more diversity as well.
Right, definitely.
But Chris, you wouldn't, in reading that, you wouldn't think leadership means that? No.
Maybe not specifically.
So how do we clarify that then? What language?
You could call out ASAR in parentheses.
ASAR considered administration? No. Who doesn't consider ASAR administration?
It's not fully, no. ASAR has a lot of non-certificated administrators, no.
They're more managerial.
Can you just say managerial then?
Yeah, then
Right,
say
instead of
managerial.
calling
There you go. Administration/managerial.
Are we suggesting to change leadership to managerial, or are we suggesting to change out? And, okay.
Why don't we say managerial leadership?
Just
Or is it getting too wordy at this point?
Okay, so I'm just going to read the end, especially in instructional, administrative, leadership, and managerial areas. Okay.
That's great.
All right, so you just need a motion.
At this point, do we need some type of motion to approve this? Or is it a motion to amend? Are we just amending our board goals?
Motion to amend.
Nothing was passed on these.
Oh, there wasn't?
Nothing had
I
started,
thought
so
we
you can,
passed
you're
it.
just,
Yeah, I thought it was up until.
no,
C.
you guys passed
We passed everything but-
A, B, and C last time. D and E were left open, so since there's no pending motion, this was just introduced by the clerk, you can just make a motion to adopt D and E as she just read it out loud. You don't
Okay,
need
so
to-
motion to adopt
Motion.
D and E as read by Clerk Wade.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good press, thank you.
Are we doing a digital vote on that?
Yes, I'm pulling it up right now. Just give me 1 second. I had to just amend that vote. Yes.
I just want to say thank you to Monroe, because even though I could not be there, I do want to thank them for the things that they left me. So shout out to Monroe High School.
Okay, the vote is now open. Okay, we can close the vote.
You did it for me.
We just have the survey?
And then the survey.
So we can do the next item on the agenda is the survey.
Yes.
So all who want to do the survey, I won't be able to do it because can't log in.
I'll send you a virtual link.
Okay.
Yeah, we did, go back to your other page, your board docs page. No, not that one, nope, the other one, up in the other tab. Okay.
Just let me know. Let me know when it's complete.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have to take a motion to adjourn.
Talia, did you
No,
get
but is
Ricardo's
the
vote?
poll complete?
No.
It's right, okay.
They're still taking.
Clerk Wade, did you get Ricardo's vote? He's,
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did?
He said it verbally, and so I just.
Okay.
I was having
Oh, there
problems
it is,
here.
there it is. I'm sorry, it's probably served.
Could I ask the body, based on the feedback that the clerk gave us, that the current policy says we need to move it in 4 weeks, because these have no changes pending, perhaps we could do a second reading on the 19th, but I'll try to present a modified policy 2410, like on a cycle that would let us start using a different timeline for the policies that actually have changes being recommended.
Yes. So Commissioner LeBron, I'll put those on the finance agenda. Yeah.
So I'm okay with that, but does that also mean that folks can give feedback next week on it then,
Oh,
the
sure.
public? Okay.
Yeah, on the 19th and on the 28th.
Yeah,
That
I
would
just
be
want to
the-
make sure I send out a blast email to people to pay attention to some of those policies that are coming up in particular.
And I thought that we had a policy that after we do the poll, that's it.
Oh, I'm done.
So, yeah, I just want to make sure that the poll is
You're telling us to
complete.
stop talking, are you?
Yes, those who are taking it here have taken it. If we can do the motion to adjourn.
Motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Can I get a motion?
I just gave you a motion. So good.
All in favor?
Good night,
So,
Dr. Jallo.
no. Y'all, would y'all please let me run this meeting? The next ESA meeting is scheduled for November 9th, 2021. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
She said, I'll run this piece.
I started to get ghetto, but they'd have had me